Hello and good afternoon. Welcome to what is going to be another amazing session of the epic journey that is Final Fantasy 16. Let me just change the settings back to the usual. This needs to be at 60. And the FPS also need to be at 60. That checks out. And back into the game we can go. So where did we leave off last time? Another 5 years have been skipped in time after we destroyed what was the first, hopefully the first of, well, we did destroy the first, but hopefully which was only the first of the main mother crystals, since we actually plan to destroy every single one to stop the blight in its tracks and hopefully get rid of all the racism towards bearers and everything. But while we did that, Kupka basically evaded the old hideaway and just absolutely demolished it, and because of that we, I guess, needed a little bit of time to regather our strength, which has been 5 years now, but we're actually trying to get hot on his tails now, so we can actually, well, I guess not really get revenge on him, but we need to get rid of him to actually be regain our feelings of safety, because he's just gonna try and attack us again if he finds us again. But that is actually not the main point of the story right now. And right now we got an assistance request from Martha's Rest because something is going on here. What exactly, I don't remember.
Materials. If they hurt Martha, they'll have the old rest to answer to.
But yeah, as you can see, apparently the Imperials are getting even more cocky now, ever since invading the central region.
They've killed my bearer. I demand recompense.
Oi, look sharp! Eh? What? Good to see you, Sid. The soldiers who did this are long gone, I'm afraid. We're doing what we can to treat the wounded.
Right, and we've actually kind of taken on the mantle as Sid, who unfortunately didn't make it back after the destruction of the Mother Crystal.
Anything catch your eye?
I take it this guy probably don't has anything that might be of interest to me. That is actually somewhat interesting. Some new scrolls. But yeah, I kind of think I should just buy the scrolls when we've really reached the end game and making just tons of dough.
Very well.
Anyways, let's not dawdle any longer.
Let's get you to a physica, shall we?
I'm sorry. I think I twisted something.
Sid? What said you'd be coming?
I trust you don't mind. Also thought you might need some help. And it appears he was right.
You, could say that, yes. They're saying the Imperials ascended like a storm. No one was spared their fury. Martha tried to step in and calm things down, but all her efforts got her were a pair of iron shackles and a hard march.
Any idea where?
Judging by their tracks, they headed towards Sorrowwise Bay.
To the Abbey sheltering Martha's bearers.
The bastards. Jill and I will go after them. You take care of the people here.
We will. But, before you go, one of the locals heard something. He said the soldiers were talking about a culling. I don't know how big this is, but it doesn't sound good. Be careful out there, Sid.
You do the same.
Again, there's these 10 points on the left side, which kind of started appearing after the 5-year gap.
Right. That was no tavern brawl. It was a message.
But a culling. Bearers are the property of the Empire. The garrison wouldn't have the authority to act alone. The orders would have had to have come from higher up.
Do you want something, mate?
And they called themselves our countrymen.
I think we kind of got rid of our barrow mark, but I wonder, since so many of us walk around like that, wouldn't people start noticing that it's kind of just been erased?
If those Ursons touch an hair on Martha's head, I'll kill them all myself.
Don't worry, we won't let that happen.
This might take a while.
Clive really does sound way more aggressive during his attacks. Or maybe I just didn't notice it first.
Look. Up ahead. Martha. Are you hurt?
Don't worry about me. It's them at the Abbey who need you. You have to do something. Tell us what happened.
What happened? The damn Black Shields, that's what happened.
The Black Shields.
The bastards caught wind. The abbot and I were helping bearers. They were gonna hang us both. When the sick rose from their beds. Poor souls turned on the Imperials. Distracted them long enough for me to get away.
Then they may still be alive. Martha, do you think you can make it back to the inn? Cole is there with the other curse breakers.
I think so. Thank you, Clive.
Black Shields. Is this some sort of twisted joke? There has only ever been one Order of Shields in Rosaria, and they fought to defend all her citizens.
Seems a step too far, even for the Empire.
That is one sick joke, actually. Kinda just want to see if there's new boss enemies here that might be worth it to check out. Although it does seem the enemies are the same, though they're high level, so it could be still worth it to actually take them down. As you think about it, I really want to start with Thunderstorm because the damage on that seems also pretty good, so I should maybe wait until the multiplier is a little bit higher. So I named the stream title Kupka Will Pay because I thought we would maybe start with Kupka, but maybe we're gonna be taking Rosaria back first. If the Empire is currently here. Then again, I don't even freaking know if that would make much sense with how the Blight is constantly approaching Rosaria as well. I just absolutely cannot read this game's story, which is absolutely fantastic though, because then it's gonna keep throwing curveballs at me and I'm always gonna be amazed at what happens next. I mean, I guess probably no one would want to play a game where you can just predict every step of the story.
Are we too late?
There might still be someone inside.
What about the bishop?
No.
Damn it.
I thought you lot were all spent.
Murderers. They drove the bearers to this.
Wait. These two aren't turned.
That bitch of an innkeeper must have sent them. Colluding with the enemies of the Empire is a serious offense.
And for their crimes shall they be punished. Such is the law. To dwell in darkness that we may purge the night and welcome lasting dawn. On these our swords we swear.
How dare you speak those words? Have you no honor?
Clive.
This won't take long.
I remember when I thought Valley Matter was actually something rare.
Is that all of them?
I think so.
The Breath of Wind Gouge reduces gouge cooldown time by 2 seconds. Okay.
I didn't see the abbot. He may still be alive. The abbot.
The bearers died protecting him, calling upon what little magic they had left in their bodies.
Clive. He's breathing.
We're friends of Martha. We're here to help.
Are the Imperials dead?
They are. Every last one.
If only that were true. The Black Shields will return. The Cullings will continue. Rosaria will never be saved unless we save her. Tell Matt to beg Sid's aid and tell her this wasn't her fault.
I shall.
Sid, where are you? Sid!
In here! We found a survivor!
Clive. He's gone.
We've laid the abbot to rest. But the bearers... they didn't need to die like this.
No, they didn't. But it was their choice. They knew the fate that awaited them and chose to meet it on their terms, fighting for those who fought for them.
Martha said they rose from their beds, threw themselves at the Imperials so she and the abbot could escape.
I've gathered the bearers' remains. We should consign them to the tide.
There's a drawbridge not far from here. Radix jump. The currents there are swift. If the abbot was still with us, he'd have taken the dust there himself and performed the casting. I'll get someone to...
I'll do it.
Of course. Cole and I will remain here and see to the Imperials.
This game, man, absolutely no one is safe. Absolutely no one. Okay, back to where we came from. So, the freaking Imperials even expanded to the central regions, but they're still hell-bent on actually keeping Rosaria as well. The absolute gall. What? Hello? Bounties? Notorious marks. Every now and then, Clive may encounter creatures larger, faster, and more ferocious than most. While flight is always an option, defeating those notorious marks can earn him not only renown, but also rare materials that may be used to craft new gear or upgrade existing items. 25.
What am I saying? Of course it has. It's a floating eyeball.
Okay, watch first.
Nice try.
Doom? Watch out. Whew. So this might just be our renowned stat or something like that. Meteorite.
You didn't see that coming.
You'll never see it coming. I did play some Persona during the weekend. Unlocked the Joker boss fight for Persona 3 Reload and got my ass absolutely handed to me.
That must be the bridge. So shall the waters cleanse thee of thy burden, and bear it out to sea.
And now they are truly free.
I hope so. What of the Imperials?
A pyre was made. It's more than they deserve. We should go back. Cole is worried about Martha.
All right.
Let's just fast travel, I guess. Are these actually new? No, that's the same from last time. At least the music is cozy again, so that's a good sign.
Arthur's a stout soul, all right. Anyone else would be out cold after what she's been through.
It's not fair, Sid. Death shouldn't be the only choice. The only way to be free of all this.
No one survived then.
I'm sorry. Before he passed, one of them bade me tell you not to blame yourself.
Doesn't mean I won't. Doesn't mean their blood's not on my hands. Cole said you cast their remains. That was good of you. But it should have been me. This was all my fault.
How? You couldn't have known.
But I did. And I turned a deaf ear to the warnings like the fool I am. The rumors started moons ago. Of black-clad devils descending on villages in the dead of night to slit the throats of sleeping bearers. But I assumed it was all just nonsense concocted by the Empire. Nothing but a ghost story meant to make folk think twice about lending a hand to a fugitive bearer.
And in ordinary times, you would have been right. What these Black Shields are doing is unthinkable. Which begs the question, why do it at all? My mother obviously has a hand in this. I cannot make sense of her actions.
And picking what goes on in that woman's head is a job for someone with more time on their hands. Right now, I need swords and men to wield them, preferably big ones. If those Imperials think they can come in here again and threaten my people, they're in for a rude awakening. Oh, before I forget, a Stolas from Otto landed just before you arrived. He asked me to tell you that Gav has returned.
Then we must as well. Will you be all right here, Martha?
We can stay longer if you wish.
No need. I'll be ready should the Imperials come calling. Though I wouldn't turn my nose up if you were to lend me a pair of them strapping young curse breakers.
Great googly moogly.
Those poor souls died to give me a chance to save others. I won't let their sacrifice be in vain.
New quest nearby.
We'll return to the hideaway as soon as we've finished our ministrations.
Curse Breaker, is that like our elite unit? Seems to be.
Try not to move. You'll only make it worse.
I know. Oi! You there! Well, don't just pass me by! You handy with that sword of yours? Course you are. Bet you're a bloody marvel with the thing. Now, question is, are you willing to use it or not? 'Cause a flock of noble chocobos are in need of help.
Chocobos?
You heard me right. Wild birds? Hmm? The big ones? And not just any chocobos at that. Whiteheart and her flock are the bravest birds you ever did see. They protect travellers round these parts from bandits and the like.
Chocobos? Fighting bandits?
It's true. Why, they saved me from a gang of footpads only yesterday. Nasty lot they were too. And now, they're back, looking to settle the score. Well, go on then. Don't just stand there. Go and help them.
Alright.
Alright.
There's a good lad.
Where can I find these chocobos?
I saw him cut across the way over yonder. The rotten scoundrels were driving the poor things towards the old dock. It's a dead end, that is. You save Whiteheart and her flock, you hear me? There ain't a pluckier bird in all the world. She's a hero to us locals. And don't worry, you'll know her when you see her right enough.
I'm sure I will.
And good luck to you. And give those no-good bastards a hiding from me.
The White-Winged Wanderer. Dude, the boot licking is insane.
Whiteheart is the pride of Rosaria. You mustn't let those bastards lay a finger on that noble bird. Find her and her flock. Make sure they're all right.
Back in our Barra days, it was just... don't even look at my direction, and now suddenly... oh, I wonder, you're probably way insane with that big sword of yours. You're sure you can help me, right? Like, back off, man. I have an idea who that White Wanderer Chocobo is. Since we used to have a white chocobo, I wonder if it's her. But I guess we're gonna be able to see if she has that scar from when she saved us.
White Heart. That's quite a name for a chocobo.
But I guess Clive didn't make the connection yet. Okay, the path I've chosen wasn't exactly ideal, but we'll arrive on the same. I wonder, can you see these super monsters on the map as well, or do you really have to look for them? Maybe back at the hideaways, maybe someone is gonna track them.
A white feather. I thought Ambrosia was one of a kind. Speaking of brave birds. Looks like they went that way.
Okay, so he connected the dots. Maybe he just doesn't believe it yet. That Ambrosia is probably still alive. It's kind of awesome that when you do the lunge attack from high up, you kind of actually already get the burning blade charge. If you just keep holding the button during the lunge. So you can first land with that big explosion and then immediately follow up with another big explosion. I should try to get as close as possible before doing that, because actually the movement of preparing the thunderstorm also can do damage, but you need to be like really close to the enemy then.
These chocobos aren't going down without a fight. They're in trouble.
We got you cornered, Feathers. You didn't think you'd seen the last of us, did you? You've been bad for business. But I reckon someone will pay good coin to mount your head on their wall.
Not around here, they won't.
Her? And why's that, eh?
Because she's something of a hero in these parts. You hurt her, and I hurt you.
Piss off. Or better still, how about we hurt you both?
All right then. But don't say I didn't warn you.
You can actually cancel the death strike animation, I just noticed. Oh, we got a big guy over here. I was still on the animation and couldn't dodge. Frig! I just remember these types tend to get a double swing.
You're safe now. White Heart, I presume. Do you know her, boy? That scar. It couldn't be. Ambrosia. It is you. You survived. And you found yourself a flock.
Oi! Is it over? I thought I'd come and see how you were getting on. Oh, you sorted the bastards then. I knew you would. And the whole flock made it through unscathed.
Thankfully, they did. And not only that.
Well, I'll be. I never stopped to think our hero here might once have been someone's mount. Though I dare say she'd suit a fine fellow like yourself. Reckon our feathered friend must have learned a thing or two from her master. Kind-hearted warrior that you are. Bird like her would have cost a princely sum. You born a lord or something?
Well,
Oh no, sorry. I didn't mean to pry. Don't matter who you are. You done right by me.
What is it, girl?
She wants her master back, I reckon. Told you. And it seems her pals agree.
Is that it? You want to come with me?
Well, bugger me if this ain't a heartwarming sight. The lads down the stables will be hearing about this tonight. Oh, stay right where you are.
Ooh.
Doesn't she cut an handsome figure, eh?
She does indeed. How much do I owe you?
Ah, a few scraps of leather's the very least I owe old Whiteheart. Oh, I'll be sad to see her go, of course. But she's earned her right to happiness and more besides. Don't you worry, we'll get along just fine without her. You hear that, Whiteheart? You've earned yourself some time off. You have fun traveling with your master now. You seem awful familiar now I get a proper look at you. That's it. When those chocobos swarmed my car on the road, didn't you? No, that can't be right. That fellow was a bearer.
Must have been my double.
Oh, must have been, eh? Oh, that'll be the excitement getting to me. Silly sod that I am. Pay me no mind. Anyhow, best be on my way. Good luck to the both of you.
You take care of your flock for now. I'll call you when I need you.
And this was just a side quest? Can you imagine people missed this when they just focused on main story? Ambrosia's tag, a bespoke saddle and blinders worn by Clive's childhood chocobo Ambrosia. Quer. Chocobo unlocked. See, this is a quest I would have thought would have been mandatory. After 18 long years, Clive has finally been reunited with his faithful steed. Hold R while in the field to summon Ambrosia and A to mount the chocobo. Okay. That is pretty nifty. If that is the right word. Otherwise I'll go with neat. Man, that guy really bullied me. He took so much of my health, I healed so much by the LB. And I still messed up again then. Okay, let's spend a little more time with Ambrosia and actually just walk all the way back. What about the goblins over there? Are they also back again? Ooh, we can also jump quite high. And actually fly a little bit. Okay, yeah, the goblins are back as usual, but I don't think I want to fight them right now.
We're not alone.
Okay, back to the hideaway to actually be reunited with Gav, which we also haven't seen after the time skip yet.
Where's Gav?
Gav should be back by now.
Also, I noticed last time by accident, there's an entire redeemable items tab of the system tab where I can get stuff like this: Onion Sword, Brave Blade, Buster Sword, Katana, Orchestrion Scrolls, and a Kaltsiv Charm. I mean, the weapons are already worse than what we have, but as we know, you can also just change the weapon skin,
Gav should be back by now.
no matter which weapon you're currently using. So while I don't think I'm gonna be using any of these skins for now, let's at least have a look at them. Rosarian Gold! Wowzers. Actually, yeah, let's use that. That looks epic. So we got the Onion Sword here, the Katana, Kuratana, the Buster Sword, and the Brave Blade.
If Martha's gonna get back on her feet, she'll need our help. Whether she wants it or not.
Ah, Clive! How I've missed that scowl.
Where's my report?
What, no kind words for your old pal Gav?
If it's kind words you're after, you're fishing in the wrong barrel. Now sit down, you fool.
So, you remember how quick the Empire was to occupy the Dominion after the fall of Drake's head? And how pissed off all the other nations were that they didn't think to do it first?
Half a century of independence gone at the whim of a madman. So much for their bloody treaty.
Clearly, the promise of unblighted land and the world's supply of crystals was too much for his radiance to resist. And now the Republic's finally decided to follow suit, using liberation as an excuse to declare war on Sambrek. Lined up right outside the Dominion's gates as we speak, looking to starve the Imperials into submission.
And now all eyes are on the Strait of Author.
Well, the two nations beat their shields. The rest sharpen their daggers, ready to set upon the war-weary victor. They'll never see us coming. It's time we moved on the Mother Crystals. 4 mother crystals remain in Storm and Ash. Drake's Breath near Ironhome. Drake's Fang in Dhalmekia. Drake's Spine in Waloed. And Drake's Tail here in the Crystalline Dominion.
With the bulk of the Republican army marching to Twinside, Drake's Fang will be left exposed.
That is exactly the move Kupka would anticipate. And if there is anything these past 5 years have taught us, is that he loves his traps. There is one place, however, where nobody will be expecting us to go.
Drake's Breath.
There's a shitload of sea between us and it, and I've never been much of a swimmer.
I have an acquaintance in Port Isolde who may be able to help.
Who's that then?
My uncle, Byron Rosfield.
Lord Byron Rosfield of the 7 High Houses, the trade magnate with holdings in over 100 cities. Wait, Rosfield. And you're a Rosfield, of course.
My uncle's name gave him his start in the world, but it was his acumen which earned him his fortune. Along with a handsome fleet of ships.
Well, it's settled then. What are we waiting for, eh? Huh?
Kinda happy to see that Gaff at least is in high spirits. Kinda see that he suffered the most under the attack 5 years ago. New facilities. The following hideaway facilities are now available. Aligned Reports, the Patron's Whisper, the Hunt Board. All 3 are located near Otto and the Mess. Renown. Completing side quests available through Aligned Reports or defeating notorious marks found on the Hunt Board will earn Clive the Green Icon Renown. Inspiring nameless benefactors from across the Twins to donate their money or items to Clive's cause. Visit Desiree at the Patron's Whisper in the Hideaway's Mess to view current Renown level and accept any donations available. Okay, interesting. Seems a little bit like the Hunters Guild in Final Fantasy XII.
What are we waiting for, indeed?
Think it's alright to touch him?
I don't know. You go first.
Okay, what are the important things I should check here? Side quests, obviously. Black Hammer, maybe. But it doesn't really show anything new, so...
Clive. So, will it be?
So obviously there also isn't anything new. Let's grab the side quest that is over here. Oh, something with... about the gardening again.
Sid, I was hoping to speak to you.
Is everything alright?
Oh, yeah, it's just, well, as you know, we've been trying to grow fruit down here.
It's good to know that something of the old hideaway still lives on.
Martel's pride and joy. It was a sapling when she rescued it from the rubble, but look at it now. All our hard work's finally paying off. I took it on, you see, after she died, and now the fruit's finally ready to eat. And not only is it ready, it's actually tasty. Sweet as you like, in fact. She bred the bitter right out of it.
Impressive. And welcome news to more than a few, I'd say.
I thought this first harvest could go to the curse breakers, on account of all they do for the hideaway. You couldn't take them some, could you? Seems better them coming from you.
Sure.
It'll be nice being the bearer of good news for a change.
Thank you. She always had a soft spot for that lot, see? And once they've had their share, I'll see to it that everyone else gets some. Here you go. Martell apples, they're called, in honor of her memory. You hear that, Martell? Today's finally the day.
No one be saying these things aren't darn tasty. Not after all the work they've put into that.
Did you come through the forge today? It smells like a still. Explain blacksmith's And you say Sid built this place?
Without a ship to carry you there, Drake's breath might as well be on the moon.
So Martha's all right. Yep. Others weren't so lucky though.
I need to have a look at the map again.
Here for another of my lectures.
View the stain.
How may I help you today? One must understand one's place in the world.
Okay. So we've taken out Drake's head, if I understand correctly, because that was right at Oriflame. Where are we kinda? Oh, Drake's breath we're gonna try to take now. Because apparently all these 5 years we've already tried to take the Drake's Fang, but Kupka has probably kinda done admirably to holding us off on actually accomplishing that, it seems. This is gonna be a fun one to take with all these small little islands surrounding it.
Very good.
You two look like you could use something to eat. Here, courtesy of Martell.
Martell. Now, where have I heard that name before?
Weren't she the girl from the Furrows?
Course she was. An odd sort, that one. Loved plants more than people.
Aye, and brave as a bane might. Remember when she ran back into the hideaway to collect them trees when Titan attacked? Wait.
These aren't those apples, are they? Well, I'll be. She'd have been proud, and rightly so. Thank you, Sid.
Nectar, you're gonna be the one responsible for telling me about notorious marks.
What's the matter, Nectar? The hunt board? It's where the Cursebreakers post sightings of particularly fearsome beasts. Those that might pose a threat to our operations if they were left to roam free. Just because they can't be dealt with when they're spotted, doesn't mean they can't be dealt with later. Was that what you wanted to know? Right. Well, leaving your mightiness aside for the moment, the people of Valisthea are going through a lot already. What with the Blight and the war, the last thing they need is ungodly fiends terrorizing them on top of everything else. So if the Cursebreakers are too busy to help, then perhaps I can. Or at least I can try.
Ask about Nectar's adventures, the hunt board about hunts.
I don't think so.
Now I need to read the. Oh, I kind of want to read this because it's just text boxes. It's precisely what you see before you, Kupo. The Cursebreakers note down the details of any particularly dangerous monsters they hear about or encounter in the course of their duties. And post the bullets here, so that any stout soul who wishes to do the realm a service might set out to slaughter an ungodly horror or two, which is where you come in. As for me, I have the most important duty of all. Painting a big red cross over each and every one you cut down, so that everyone can sleep at night knowing that the realm is a safer place. The Cursebreakers don't just tack up any old rumors to this board, you know. They take great pains to verify every little detail, Kupo. So don't you go letting all of their hard work go to waste. Don't you let me, I mean them, down. Why isn't it checked though now? Did you see that all the bullets are marked with location, Kupo? That's where the horrible horror in question was seen. But you can't be expected to memorize every last place name in the whole wide realm. You're only human. So if the place name doesn't tingle your pom-pom, Kupo, try reading the witness's statement. Sometimes there are other details in them that might help you track the nasties down and finish them off. There's even more? Did you see that the Cursebreakers give every build a rank of riskiness, Kupo? From this thing could kill you with a single swipe to a 7-nation army couldn't scratch this thing's skin. But I'm sure you'll be fine, Kupo. Well, not sure, but that's one risk I'm willing to take. But am I willing to take that risk? The Hunt Board. Reports of fiends terrorizing the countryside are posted to the Hunt Board in hopes that fearless heroes, such as Clive, will take it upon themselves to hunt down and slay the notorious marks. The Broken Hill, the Rosaria, Clairview, Sunbreak. This one doesn't even have an image. The Angel of Death, a trader coming by the way of Caer Norvent, met with a troop of Cursebreakers traveling in the opposite direction and warned them of a wicked winged harpy on the road ahead. His eyes wild and flickering. Though the Cursebreakers saw nothing untoward on their own journey through their past, the sound of crackling laughter from the trees ensured that they kept up a brisk pace. Okay, I don't need to accept these. CB. Belphegor. Reports have been received of the wild abbess striking size, making its nest atop the hill adjacent to East Pool. Though all efforts are being made not to rouse the beast's ire, it is surely but a matter of time before it needs to feed. I hereby petition any brave volunteers to march to the northern border that we might cut the feed down before it makes trenchers of the nearby villages. Oh, this is where you probably get the big cash. Because this is already 6,200, this is 8,000.
Doesn't sound like anywhere is safe.
A gift from the backyard. For your service.
Blimey, these take me back. I haven't seen a hideaway apple since. Old Sid was the only one who could stomach the things. He'd have 'em right from the branch, made Martel livid. Not that anyone could stay mad at the man for long.
That sounds like the Sid I knew, all right.
Planning on keeping that lot to yourselves, were you? Hang on. These aren't Martels, are they? I'm glad to see someone carried on what she started. Can't have been easy, not in the dead ones. Reckon she'd be happy knowing all her hard work didn't go to waste. Clive, tell the lad down in the backyard to run some over for me, will you?
Not so much as a thank you. Well, I've got some manners at least. Thanks, Sid. You can leave the basket with me. I'll see that the others get their share. Oh, and give our compliments to the gardener, won't you?
That was the last of the apples. I should head to the backyard and pass along everyone's regards.
I would do that, but I kind of want to talk to these guys as well first.
Oh, Clive! Welcome to the Patron's Whisper.
The Patron's Whisper? Does that mean someone else is taking care of our friend's donations?
Oh no, that's still me. It's just Karen has her toll, Blackthorn has his hammer. I thought a new name might liven things up. I still catalogue every item that arrives, in addition to setting aside those tokens of appreciation the sender has specified are to be presented to you personally. Would you like to see if we have any?
What about you?
Business is busy.
On top of my regular duties here at the Whisper, Otto's piled countless other tasks, from transcribing and sorting Stolar's reports to penning needful missives. Not that I'm complaining, mind. I enjoy writing. Ever since I learned my letters from Jarrett back in the old hideaway. I won't claim to have been his best student, though. That honor goes to Shirley.
Still.
I like to think Jarrett would be proud of me, too, were he with us today.
Words are immortal.
They live on in others, and if the words are your own, so too will you. Do you know who told me that? It was Jarrah, in our last lesson before Titan came. He stayed with me ever since his passing, and inspired me to become what I am today. I imagine we survivors all have a story like that, of someone who remains with us even though they're gone.
Your benefactors are a generous lot.
The Patron's Whisper. Completing side quests or defeating notorious marks will earn Clive renown. Inspiring nameless benefactors from across the trains to donate money or items to Clive's cause. Visit Desiree at the Patron's Whisper in the Hideaway's Master View. Okay, I think we already read that once. Talk at the tea house. Respect. It also shows a preview. Well, let's just collect these since... Oh no, we can only collect one of these, I think. Unless you don't have to spend your points.
You earned this.
Okay, no, you don't have to spend these points. You can simply just collect it. Your merry band of outlaws and its dashing deeds of daring do are all the talk amongst the ladies of the court. We have gathered together several items of worth that you might continue your gallantry. Respect. Our order is one built on pride. That does not mean we're too proud to give thanks where thanks is due. We may have failed Martha once, but never again. The blood excess.
All done?
Fancy a look at the list, do you?
How are you doing, God?
Oh, same old.
In it, Otto's got me reading through the reports coming in from our allies and picking out what problems need dealing with now. And what can be saved for later. It was still early days back at the old place, so I could just about handle the job myself. State of the world now, though. I need Dee's help to sift through it all. That's just for sifting. Actually solving any of these problems is a whole other headache. The Curseworkers take the urgent stuff, but we're still stuck waiting for volunteers to handle the rest.
So,
If you ever find yourself at a loose end, well, you know where to find me. So much has happened since that night. Feels like a lifetime ago. But we'll never forget those who didn't make it. Kenneth, Martel, they're still with us in our hearts.
Sid.
When I found out he was gone, I thought that was it for us.
He's still with us too.
With us and in you. You took his name and gave us hope when we had none. So I suppose what I'm trying to say is, don't be a stranger, eh? A hideaway ain't nothing without its Sid.
Quick look.
Okay, side quests are pretty empty. That is
Like anywhere is safe.
nice sign to see, because I was actually hoping to do lots of main story today.
That room's as ragged as goat's locks. I hear there's trouble in Rosaria.
There definitely is. I wonder who or what is actually gonna stop us from maybe attacking that Mother Crystal. Because the Iron Kingdom was left without a dominant since we have Jill on our side now. But who knows if they are not gonna hire someone else to protect the Mother Crystal.
The Cursebreakers sent their thanks. And their compliments. They were clearly very fond of Martel.
They remembered her. After all these years. I suppose she was very kind, even to a tongue-tied lummox like me. You were one of the good ones, Martel. Why did you have to die? She put everything into her work. She wasn't going to rest until we had fruit sweet enough to enjoy. And now we do. When she died, I named a sapling after her. And now it's a full-grown tree. Martel lives on through the fruit it bears.
And through you. Her dream would have died with her, had you not kept it alive. That's something to be proud of.
I didn't do anything really, but thank you. You're kinder to me than I deserve.
By the way, Otto's expecting some of your crop. And I wouldn't mind some of it either, if that's not too much to ask.
Of course not. I'll see that you're both well provided for. They like your fruit, Martel. Isn't that wonderful? I'd say it's about time we planted you some siblings, don't you think?
Ooh, so much experience. Martel's apples. Okay, that's another display item, cool. I'm really liking the side quests in this game. Nothing really feels that it really disrupts the flow of the main story. Okay, which we can actually continue now, I think.
On autumn's breath, ill tidings born, an erstwhile home in twain are torn. Now in his path fell shades abide, pray let them not impede his stride.
Your uncle always seemed a kindly soul, if a little eccentric.
I'm gonna be curious about this character. I was actually thinking of doing the hunts first, but I don't know if they're gonna be shown directly on the map or if I'm gonna have to have another look at the hunt board. Unless, of course, I'm actually right now forbidden to go anywhere else, because I think at least one of the hunts was... who knows where. But I guess that's off the table for now. Okay, since there's a good portion of main story coming up, then let me do a quick BRB. Because I need to drink something, stretch, and get rid of this jacket, because I think I've heated up my room a little bit too much. I just noticed this time, the music didn't stop when the game got windowed. So apparently if I have the game on full screen and then tap out of it, it should stay, the music. Okay. Hawk's Cry Cliff. From these hallowed highlands, one might catch a glimpse of Rosalie Castle and everything else in between. Oh, this is how they showed the map. Because I got confused because it looked like this was the north of the map, but it was actually just turned. Right, and that is the Mother Crusader we intend to take now. And the entire Iron Kingdom actually is on this island, even though they don't really have a castle or just about anything castle seemingly like the other nations.
Do you think it was wise to leave, Gav? He didn't seem pleased.
I needed his eyes and nose in Dalmekia. I'm not about to let Kupka take us unawares. Besides, he has a knack for that sort of thing.
That he does.
And wasn't it Sid who said that matters such as these are best left to dominance? Especially should one of his beloved opportunities to grow and change present itself.
I always knew that I would return one day. Return to Ironhome.
For what?
After learning the truth, you were given the chance to face your past. If I am to continue at your side, I must do the same.
We will face it together then.
To the end.
Come on.
Bloodlines.
How far do you think your mother's reach extends? Will we find the same tragedy in the south as we did at Martha's Rest?
More than likely. Which is why we should hurry. There are still many settlements between here and Port Isolde. We visit as many as we can and hear their stories. Starting with the village of Amber.
Oh, so this is the lower regions of these maps. But yeah, our Mother Dearest had more than enough time to reach into every single area of Rosaria. That was kind of awkward. I don't mean any harm, I just want to pick this up. Alright, I could actually ride on Ambrosia in this area as well, but... Since we're also gonna be fighting lots of enemies. And this is a little bit... not a little bit, but this is a new map part. Let's go by foot. It's so insanely satisfying to come down with the burn strike and then immediately follow up with the second burning strike.
Mockery of justice is what it is. Lord Elwyn would never have stood for this.
Quiet, you! Thought they were loyalists.
Jill, look.
Rosaria must be cleansed of the stain which befouls her, that she might rise once again from the ashes to welcome a new dawn. 'Twould be a pity to make examples of you all, for the transgressions of but a handful.
Of course, your lordship. You shall have our full cooperation.
What business could the Black Shields have in a village this small? There's barely room to hide a bearer.
Then they must be here for something else.
You fancy dancing a gallows jig like the miller's son?
All right, I heard you the first time.
I ain't got much, but what's mine is yours, for a price.
I wonder if we're actually gonna be able... Ooh. Ah, but only when taking damage. I need something that increases limit break generation when attacking. That would be something that I would buy immediately.
Into the roads now.
Excuse me, but what was all that about earlier?
You haven't heard? Someone's been stirring up trouble. There've been attacks on the garrison, supplies stolen. They even say a Black Shield was murdered. The Empire wants answers, and what the Empire wants, the Empire gets.
Don't they just?
Keep your ears open, eh? The Black Shields will pay good coin for information on the culprits. You'd have to be dull as a sack of stones to think you could take on the Empire. What with their 100 full legions? 100? I heard it were 1,000. We're going hunting for outlaws. How'd you like that, boy?
Great, so it's already come so far that the people of Rosaria are already at each other's throats. I mean, obviously there's going to be a faction that just wants to move on and stop all this fighting, but even after all these years, there's probably also just about enough people who want to start a revolution and get Rosaria back to its former glory, without the aid of the Empire.
What did those knights want, Father?
I told you to stay in the house. Go on.
Word is, Port Isolde's closed her gates to all but the Highborn, and now a great camp sprung up along the walls.
You seen him, didn't you?
I'm sorry.
The Black Shields. Just now. You seen them, didn't you? At least I think there was a Black Shield. Can't say I ever saw one before.
Was this the first time they visited the village?
What do you think? Amber's the arse end of nowhere. And they thought we might be harboring firebrands. Huh. If only we were. I might have turned them in and become a Black Shield myself.
You don't think these firebrands the Empire is looking for could be us, do you?
I don't know. But we need to find out.
Oh, firebrands. That's probably what they call us. Because it looks like we have a burn scar on our face now.
Greetings, friend. We are travelers.
I know that. What do you want?
We couldn't help noticing those Imperial soldiers who were here earlier.
Don't you go telling these strangers a thing. I speak for the people of this village, and we have nothing more to say to you. You are to leave Amber and never come back.
May I at least ask why?
I don't know who you are or what brings you here, but your presence puts us all in grave danger. The Empire is a harsh master. Its demands are great, and its justice swift. But as long as we keep our heads down and pay our tributes, we are left alone. Some might call it submission. But if it will spare my people the Viceroy's wrath, then I will gladly submit. This village will not become another East Pool.
Then we shall be on our way. These people live with a knife to their throats. In the mistaken belief that if they cooperate, my mother will show them mercy.
Obedience bought with fear.
Are you all right?
Sorry, It's nothing. We still don't know who the Black Shields are looking for.
Well, whoever they are, the Imperials deem them worth pursuing to the back of beyond. But other than Martha, who else in Rosari would have the courage to stand against the Empire? A new ally would certainly be welcome. Can we find them before the Imperials do? Perhaps the next village will yield more answers.
Perhaps.
I mean, they probably want me to go that way, but I'm kind of a little bit sad that I'm passing up the opportunity to go this way as well.
This pass will take us through the mountains.
And directly into the path of whoever or whatever lurks here.
It's these guardian thingies.
Ever since the laboratory, we've seen more and more of these echoes.
What do you think is waking you? The mother crystals collapse?
I have an idea. You're not going to like it.
What did they just call them? Echoes? Ideally, I don't want to see that thing go boom. Seen it once. Bolt's Hornbraid. Increases lunge damage by 5%. Interesting. Black shields. Oh, this is gonna be fun.
More of my mother's men.
Okay, on that side I would have had to deal with another one of those. Question is if it's one of the super aggressive ones, because I had little trouble dealing with them. And I don't know if I remember all the moves correctly to actually come out unscathed. Which is okay, not every single battle has to go perfectly, but... But you never know when you get a new opportunity to rebuy healing and everything. Because I noticed in the open world, you rarely ever do get potions. Maybe because there are quite a few shops where you can actually buy them. But when you play these story stages, they're actually quite lenient with how much healing you get. There was a chest and then the grass. There. Goblin coin. I guess while I'm still unable to correctly read these danger markings when the enemies are out of my sight, I should just play it careful then, while I'm still learning how to correctly interpret it all. This kind of looks like a trap. There's even bloodstain there, if I see that correctly.
Blood, Clive.
And still wet.
You were told to stay in your homes.
The Black Shields.
You know who we are. And still, you would bear your steel. Why then? We owe you our thanks. You have saved us the trouble of an interrogation. To dwell in darkness, that we may purge the night and welcome lasting dawn. On these, our swords we swear.
Say that again.
I just thought the same.
I'll show you a true shield of Rosaria.
I hate how high and mighty they try to talk.
Tell me what I want and the end will be swift. Who are you looking for?
Why, you. We come bearing a message. Your friends have been found. The branded you freed from our camps. They await you in Ordeal. Guardians of the Flame.
Those are Old Hill's gates.
Then we hurry.
Okay, so the path does connect back, but I don't want to ruin the tension and immersion.
Find something, boy. Death.
Found her.
This was my mother's doing.
But why? Why would anyone?
I don't know. I never truly understood her. But this...
Oh, Clive.
I will learn what madness drives her, and I will end it. We should go.
Yes.
We can't leave them here like this.
We won't. But if the Black Shields have made it this far south, they may already be in Port Isolde.
I need hugs. I mean, surely, with the amount of gore and everything they don't shy away from, I guess something like displaying a side like this is also not beneath them, but that's really something that you first need to be able to stomach. And for the stench to actually be that strong, the bodies must have been lying around these parts for quite some time. And also for the crows to start. Taking their share of the bodies, or I don't know how to put it. Can I let the bridge down? Or maybe it's just gonna happen automatically once we're done. Sorry, that was a sneeze. I just hope I didn't... Yikes. I didn't make it too cold for myself in my room now. I mean, I've played Elden Ring, so I've seen quite the messed up stuff and everything, but with Elden Ring you at least know it's intentional. Here, it really did have some shock value. Like, even tying them up completely turned upside down. And by their throats. Oh. Don't even want to think about it.
We're approaching Buick Bridge. Though I doubt the Empire would let us cross over to Rosalith.
Oh, that is a bridge that would connect straight up to Rosalith? I see.
Didn't happen to come by way of Oldhill, did you? Saw some Imperials clad in black making for the docks just the other day. The next morn, you couldn't see the sun for all the ravens.
He knows.
I did, Mummy. I could hear him shouting from down the road.
Hatch, no. You didn't hear nothing.
So some people already saw that coming and escaped, and these are the refugees I see before me now. In honor of the 250th anniversary of the founding of the Grand Duchy of Rosario.
They tell us
because of curfew and then refuse us passage back to our homes.
We won't survive another night.
Passage to the provincial capital is restricted to Imperial Army personnel.
The gates are closed! Begone!
I'm gonna be so happy when we're gonna be kicking their Imperial asses out of
They won't let us into the capital.
our country.
But this is their home.
I'm hungry.
Doesn't he find the energy to respond?
The Empire would have us live in the Deadlands. You'll find no succor to the South travellers, nor beyond the Buet. The Empire has seen fit to banish us from our own land.
Don't go thinking you'll find refuge in the houses outside Port Isolde. The place is a wretched hive of thieves and blackguards.
Wait, there's enemies behind me? The chest. I got so scared after the break because I noticed my Stream Elements bot isn't doing its usual thing because I had to log into Twitch, I don't know, numerous times while starting OBS because my widgets weren't showing and everything. But then I checked on Twitch and thankfully there just haven't been any messages. I mean, that's not a good thing. Chatters are also always welcome and everything, but I'm more glad I didn't miss any messages because my stuff wouldn't be working. It would be even more sad.
The Lazarus. What happened to this place?
My mother happened. The nobles who lived here didn't stand a chance. Let's hope my uncle fared better.
I mean, at least we kind of do already know that she is as bad of a person as only the player has been able to see in the beginning. I kind of got confused by what I wanted to do there, so I didn't do the launch attack and didn't even continue my real attacks with Deadly Embrace. I know it's not a whole lot to remember when you're fighting enemies, but the Devil
Gate. And it looks like we're not the only ones hoping to get in.
But the Devil May Cry issue on actually forgetting what kind of action you want to do during fighting is very real with this game as well. Okay, obviously we won't be going in here for now, but it does kind of seem we might be at a later point. Yeah, let's leave these enemies alone for now.
Let us pass! My children are starving! Have mercy! Voice-rinsed dogs they are! You can't ignore us forever!
Let us in, or we'll die on your doorstep!
Better out there than in here!
Oh, get enough
Fuck off! And you chinless bastards! Those crystals belong to us all! I said, where were you, filth? Back to your stall! Cut you down where you stand! Destroy it!
No chance of slipping through unnoticed. We'll need to find another way in. I thought we might be able to reason with the guards. Or at least bribe them.
I suspect everyone in that crowd thought the same. Was that the only way in?
Officially, yes. Strictly speaking, no. My uncle once told me that the nobles had tunnels built, so that they could visit town without having to walk amongst the rabble. The Lazarus. We'll find our way into the city there.
If you're sure. The entire place looked abandoned. Do you think it's safe?
As long as it is abandoned.
Black light burns. Probably just tons more of the black shields we're gonna be able to run into.
Black shield since Old Hill.
Maybe they found who they were looking for.
Exactly. But I kind of want to see if there's anything else here.
When the Blight came to our village, we had no choice but to flee. But it seems the nobles of Port Isolde have no sympathy with our lot, and would rather we starved out here.
Yeah, because try telling a rich person to just do about anything, or losing at least 1 penny, and they're gonna flip their shit.
I'm so hungry.
Half the guards at that gate are Rosarian. They've sold their souls for the promise of a warm bed. Not that I can blame them. The Empire's left us nothing. Let's pass!
Please. We're so cold.
The Viceroy's ordered the gates close to us both here and in Rosalit.
Where are our crystals?
Let us to go. Vandala.
Why won't you let us in?
Open the damn gates!
That is already on the verge of civil war. Conveniently not barricaded.
This is nothing like I remember it.
How quickly a crown can lose its luster.
Not abandoned then.
Oi! Visitors!
Bandits?
Apologies. We'll show ourselves out.
Oh! That sounded terrible, like he was trying to breathe but gurgled with his blood.
I've only ever seen one man fight like that. And he's long dead.
Then perhaps it's time you joined him.
The blessing of the Phoenix. It can't be. I was there when you died.
It's you!
Forgive me, my lord. I knew not whom I addressed. You have naught to fear from us. Founder, it really is you.
It is. So wait.
We can speak inside.
Oh, thank God we just beat them up. Didn't actually kill them.
And those who wouldn't bend the knee?
We left before the Empire could make examples of us, though we didn't go far. And we banded together to form the Guardians of the Flame soon after. Alas, there is only so much a handful of aging shields can do against the might
of an empire. But we've seen to it that their stay has been anything but pleasant. Of late, though, we've had our hands full just trying to keep the Duchy's few remaining bearers out of the Imperial's clutches.
The Cullings. We saw what happened in Old Hill.
Why? The foul work of the Black Shields and their mistress.
You mean my mother? But it doesn't make sense. Even knowing what I know about her. Her hatred for bearers was no secret, but she wouldn't have been ignorant of their value to the realm.
No offense, my lord, but in case you haven't noticed, the Lady Annabella couldn't care less about the realm. She barely even cares for her own home. That much has been plain since the slaughter at Eastpool. And, since granting the Holy Emperor a new heir, her obsession with bearers only seems to have grown. As to why, I don't know. Maybe she can't bear the thought of anyone having the power to challenge her beloved son.
Her son.
Sir Wade, the Black Shields have broken camp. They march in full force for Buick Bridge.
Then so do we.
Make ready.
This is their main host. If we remove the head, perhaps we can prevent what happened at the docks from happening somewhere else. If I do nothing, then the blood of their next victims will be on my hands.
Yours and ours. We too have witnessed the crimes these men who dare call themselves shields have committed in my mother's name. It cannot be allowed to continue. We must put a stop to this madness.
We must. So let us go with you. For the good of Rosaria.
I was hoping you'd say that. Very well. If that is your wish, I would be honored to serve at your side.
And we at yours.
So Wade, let us do our duty.
With pleasure, my lord.
I imagine this endeavor will require more than just our wits.
Then let's hope Sir Wade has a good quartermaster.
I suppose we owe you our thanks. You spared us when you could have just as easily sent us to the mud.
Oh, buck up, man. We'll
At least
show
you're not
them that
dead.
the fire in our hearts is not so easily quenched.
The Black Shields? Oh,
You're telling me that's the Archduke's son?
In the flesh. Saw him once when I was your age. He had that same look in his eyes.
I wanted to just how
We'll show them as much mercy as they did our sisters and brothers in Old Hill.
Less if I have my way.
unknown these Archduke clothes actually are.
What is it you require?
Ooh, finally new gear. I have to buy it though, but it's finally better than what we have right now. Not too happy having 26,000. Increases limit break generation amount by 3% when dealing damage. Crimson is the color of the blood that feeds my rage. I want to buy this, but this is so expensive. Desert roses. I can probably at a later point find these because they seem to be found, yeah, in the deserts of Dalmacia. Or maybe I should just grab a few since we have a little bit of dough. Let's go with 10 maybe.
As you wish, my lord.
And then this we can... Well, we could stack this. Probably let's just not sell accessories and just the stuff where we know it's not gonna be missed.
May it serve the cause well. Our thanks, my lord. May it serve the cause well.
Well, I've been saving so much money. Should I really grab this? It's just 3%, but who knows how good that actually stacks. And what am I gonna throw out for that? I could throw out that healing item then, because limit breakers also heal. First let's buy this.
Of course, my lord.
I guess whatever. I don't know if this shop is later on gonna still exist, because we're gonna be heading out and there might be dead people later on.
Will that be all?
Okay, I equipped it, but it
Blessing of the Christ.
didn't even say me where the game put it on now. Timely focus. Defense, timely assist, defense, this thing I want back. I don't know, these 10 defense points might be worth less and less the further we go into the game, but I don't know.
Let's go with you.
Okay, let's go, Sir Wade.
Tell us then, Sir Wade. What is your plan?
Nothing fancy. You, Lady Jill and I make for Buett Bridge and provoke the main host at their encampment. Sensing an opportunity to end the Guardians, the Black Shields will call for reinforcements, who will be met from the rear by parties of my brothers hidden throughout the surrounding hills. This will allow us to wage battle on the bridge without fear of being overwhelmed. While the Black Shields have an advantage in numbers, you see, they prefer to fight in small units, which we can use to our advantage.
How small exactly?
Small enough, now that I have you and Lady Jill for company. I doubt I could have done this on my own.
But until we arrived, that was your plan. You haven't changed a bit.
So Wade, the bearers from Old Hill have been laid to rest.
Very good. Now make ready for battle.
As you command.
Thank you, Sir Wade. Perhaps now they will find peace.
There is but one thing which will grant them peace. Putting an end to the Black Shields.
And so we shall.
Howdy members, throughout the main scenario, Clive will often be joined by various companions who are keen to lend their assistance. However, depending on Clive's destination, they may choose to remain behind at the hideaway. Cool! So you're actually traveling with us now. Alright. Let us head out.
May the blessing of the Phoenix go with you.
How long have you been pursuing the Black Shields?
Since they burned their first village. We tracked down the bastards responsible and fed their corpses to Stillwind. Suffice to say, that got their attention. It's been a game of cat and mouse ever since.
Faster!
Oh, the refugees are also moving for what is sold. They weren't here before.
Look at me,
sideways. That was the Black Shields. Come along now. We'll find another bridge. The bastards are lucky with it.
There they are. On your command, my lord.
What is it now? I told you!
We bear a message for the Vicereine. From the Guardians of the Flame.
Ha! You presume to tell us that a pair of filthy vagabonds, a woman and a dog, could guard aught against the might of the Black Shields? Then come! Die along with your flame!
Forest area! Forest area!
Your petty revolution ends here. On these our swords we swear.
Bloody hell! Reinforcements from the far bank!
Oh shoot, dragon. This is the aggressive one, though. No, seems to be the harmless one. Still not to be underestimated, though. Dang it.
More dragons. Worms. The Imperials aren't taking any chances. I can't counteract.
Oh, it's just the small ones. I thought it was another bigger one.
A noble stand, albeit a misguided one. In taking it, you have but proven our point, that this land is in dire need of cleansing.
Well, that's certainly a trip to our memory lane.
There's no one left to keep them occupied. We need to finish this.
You ain't finish him. Let's try.
I'd be so screwed without the other guys to give me back up, so I can actually focus on this guy.
I don't see any more.
Nor do I. The plan worked.
It did. It bloody worked. We sent every last one of the rotten bastards straight to the mud! Lord, perhaps this will be enough to stop the Cullings. For the time being, at least.
Perhaps. Though I doubt my mother will take this loss well. She'll move swiftly to see her minions' ranks replenished.
And then it will all begin again. I often wonder if the nation we once knew is gone for good. Her fields rot. Her people starve. We battle to preserve the flame that was, but for every foe we fell, another springs up in its place. Yet be that as it may, it is still our home, and we must fight for it. As we always have, and always will. For as long as the Firebird's flame burns in our hearts, the Duchy cannot die. And her loyal subjects may dream of a day when the Rosarian standard flies over Rosalith once more.
So wait,
Think we should fall back to Port Isolde before the garrison sends reinforcements? A sound strategy, my lord.
And how long has my uncle been funding you and your comrades' endeavors?
Since the beginning. Lord Byron was the first person I turned to after forming the Guardians. And had I known of this tunnel back then, I wouldn't almost have been hanged by the city guard for trying to sneak over the wall.
I suppose a formal request for an audience would have appeared suspicious.
And appearances must be maintained. Were the Vice-Regency to catch wind of Lord Byron's involvement in our movement, they'd seize his estate and send him to the gallows, where he would be of no use to anyone. And so, though it sickens him to the soul, he plays the part of the loyal lord, knowing that one wrong move might prove his downfall. It is why he remains ever vigilant. Don't be surprised if he refuses you an audience, especially since you're famously dead.
Then I will have to think of a way to prove that I am neither wraith nor wrongdoer.
I might have something which could help with the latter.
Another new seal?
It's the mark of the Guardians. Display it, and those who love Rosaria will know where your loyalties lie.
A new seal, Burnt Blade.
I shall wear it with pride.
Be sure that you do. I don't want my men attacking you again. Unless you deserve it. If only Sir Tyler could have been here to see you. Or the Lord Commander.
Thank you, Sir Wade. If there is ever anything you need.
I know. Go on now, my lord.
How accommodating. Do you really think they believe we are who we say we are?
Not a chance. Right, I guess. My uncle believes we're imposters here to rob him. And means to string us up himself.
Imagine my surprise when I was told my nephew had come to visit. Clive Rossfield died long ago. And for uttering his name here, you shall pay with your tongue! You would mock me as well?
It is I, Sir Crandall of Camelot, loyal servant to Her Serene Holiness, Saint Sybil the Unshod. Meadow, thou vile sorcerer, for thy crimes against church and crown, I shall have thy head.
Curse thee, infectious flax wench. Even in death, must thou plague me still? Very well. I shall open the gates of hell, that thou might see thy charge once more.
Bravo, Uncle. You're still the finest Meadow in the twins.
Oh, Clive, my dear boy, it's really you. You always were fond of that scene from The Saint of the Sanctuary. Never did let me play Sir Crandall.
I have a favor to ask, Uncle Byron.
Rutherford, inform the kitchens. There'll be guests. We dine immediately.
But, Uncle...
You can't very well regale me with the tale of your miraculous preservation on an empty stomach. Go on, sit. See that you use the good plates, Rutherford. So you arrived late to one of her cullings, did you? Since becoming Vicereine, Annabella has been a constant thorn in Rosaria's side, but these atrocities are a new low. Something has changed. Quite what, I don't know, but the woman we knew is gone, and a monster sits in her place.
A monster?
For better or worse, I've been charged with governing this town, and thus must maintain the illusion of obedience. That's all I can do to aid Wade and his merry band of revolutionaries.
So he's told us. You have risked much for Rosaria. Our nation will be forever in your debt.
It has been 20 years, Clive. The nation your father and your forefathers fought to defend is no more. Perhaps it would be otherwise had I the courage of my brother. All right, if it's a ship you require, a ship you shall have. I've a galley in port, but recently relieved of her cargo. She can be outfitted for the voyage in a matter of weeks.
So you believe us then? About everything?
Believe you? Ha! Only a fool would believe even half of the things you claim. But until tonight, only a fool would have believed my nephew still lived. And besides, I have it on good authority that Clive is telling the truth.
Whose authority?
Your own, of course. You've always been a terrible liar.
Is that true?
It's not untrue.
Let's say no more about it, eh? It wouldn't do to linger on my nephew's greatest failing.
one thing I cannot believe, though, is all this about you being Sid. You were always such a good boy, but now you're quite the outlaw. Which, if I'm not mistaken, would make me an outlaw's uncle. Right then, who shall we pillage first? Rutherford, fetch me my cutlass. This will be fun.
Over there. Go on.
She's a fine ship, isn't she? Once outfitted, she'll bear us across the boiling sea to Drusteness in the space of 3 days. Something on your mind?
Monsters. When I served the Iron Kingdom, I did so because I saw no other choice. Because once they learned that the lash would not move me, they turned it on those who could. And so I became their puppet. I let them pull my strings, telling myself it was not my hand that swung the sword, but another's. I removed myself from the truth so I wouldn't feel the pain it caused. And before I knew it, I no longer felt anything. Anything at all. I had become a monster.
Jill.
I don't want to be a monster, Clive. Do you understand? I want to choose a different path, a better path. To live on my own terms. But before I can do that, I need to come to terms with my past.
And when you do, I'll be standing there with you, just as you stood with me.
Thank you, Clive. I must atone for my sins. Only then, when it's done, will the monster cease to be.
Just promise me that you won't die with it. Now, let's get some sleep. The journey back to Benamir is long, and there is much to tell the others.
Oh, back to the hideaway, okay. I thought we would just skip so far ahead that we were... Here be monsters.
Only the Founder knows what awaits us in the Iron Kingdom. But Vivian could probably make an educated guess.
Hold up, this one has an exclamation point, but this one has a plus. I wonder what the meaning is. Don't ask me why, but I kind of want to change the skin of my sword. Kind of want to go back to Flame Tongue. Has been my most favorite design so far. I just wonder if I'm gonna get a new one then. Is it still gonna say be saved as this? Probably, then I'm gonna have to return here. But I guess it is what it is.
I didn't take you for a scholarly van.
Oh, this? Well, it's Valisthea, a culinary pilgrimage. I borrowed it from old tomes. Seems there's no creature in the realm so foul it can't be cooked up into something delicious.
Think I'll stick to the unfoul ones, thanks.
Oh, where's your sense of adventure, Sid? Honestly, one glance at these recipes, and even you would trade in your sword for a butcher's cleaver. From spit roasts to sweetmeats, this book has them all. What I wouldn't give to bring these recipes to life.
If it's my blessing you're hoping for, then by all means.
Well, I'm no hunter, Sid. The first tunnel worm I came across would be the death of me. But you're made of sterner stuff. Would you help me resurrect one of these recipes?
How could I refuse, indeed?
Something tells me you won't be taking no for an answer. Fine, I'll help.
Fantastic! Thank you.
So, dare I ask what's on the menu?
Chance's Stew. It was once a favourite among the gourmands of Oriflamme, if the author is to be believed. Though Molly's never heard of it. The only problem is that while the recipe is extremely detailed in most respects, it's infuriatingly cryptic as to the main ingredient. A beast, no doubt. Most likely something that would make easy work of a simple cook with more broth than brawn, but unwanted violets. I've no idea what they might be.
Does the book say anything else?
Well, only that the sweetest violets sprout atop the bed of roses.
Roses. Rosaria, perhaps? One of the butchers in Martha's Rest might know something. I'll ask next time I'm there.
And that is quite cryptic.
I could have sworn we had a few. Typical nobles.
Right, am I even allowed to freely move again now, since all the maps were kind of still blocked when I returned here?
How may I help you today, Clive? Come to claim your just desserts?
Pillow talk, the Berserker ring, right? Such as the renown of Sid the Outlaw, that much of my clientele would rather spend their time prattling on about your endeavors than making any endeavors of their own. For that, I feel I owe you at least a portion of my earnings. A particularly an armored sword left this on the nightstand. It might serve you better than it did him, a busy courtesan.
Here you are. All done?
Thank you. Temporarily increases attack proficiency with each precision dodge. By how much, though? I do lots of dodging. Could maybe trade this in for this here. I mean, I guess let's try it out. It's purple, so it must be pretty good.
A part of me thought Drake's head might be the last crystal we ever cracked. But I'm glad I was wrong.
Me too, Otto, me too. So it's just plans for now. So let me see these hunts again. The Broken Hill, Rosaria, Clairview, Sunbreak. I'm not gonna be able to remember that. I need to write this down.
Back again, Lord Rosfield. I'm touched that you should find me such good company.
It is not your company, but your counsel that I seek on this occasion.
Ever the charmer. What will it be today, then?
The Iron Kingdom. I need to know what to expect.
You'll soon be setting sail for Drake's Breath, then, I take it. The mother crystal that rises from the boiling sea. There was a time when a true-blooded Rosarian had only to brave the waves to visit it. But then the Ironblood made their move. As you know, the Iron Kingdom rules over the islands to the west of Storm. Or rather, its church does. But this is not the pragmatic approach to state religion employed by the Holy Empire to manipulate the masses. No, the Iron Kingdom is the literal embodiment of the crystalline orthodoxy. And so, if one is to understand it, one must start there. As the name implies, the orthodoxy holds the Mother Crystals sacred, and they do not take kindly to heathens plundering the objects of their worship for the means to fill washtubs and light lamps with frivolous feats of magic. Indeed, the faithful consider ether a sinful thing, a poison no less. And to them, a dominant is an instrument of evil, albeit one they have proven only too happy to turn against their enemies. Some 80 years ago in Northern Storm, Drake's eye collapsed. Soon after, in pursuit of ether and with the blight at their backs, the Northern Territories descended upon the Grand Duchy of Rosaria. And when the Shields of the Flame marched north to meet them, the Iron Kingdom spied an opportunity. A few short days later, the Crusaders landed on the island of Mount Drastanus, home of Drake's Breath, and plucked it from the Duchy's grasp. Rosaria tried to reclaim it, of course, but to no avail. I doubt more than a handful of Duchy men have set foot on its shores in your lifetime. Nor are they like to again, under the Empire's stewardship, meaning the Iron Blood will keep their island. And with it, the foothold they need to march on mainland soil when next they spy an opportunity. The Mother Crystal is both the object of the Iron Blood's worship and their gateway to the continent, making Drastanus the holiest of holy grounds, from which the Orthodox Crusade shall one day sail forth to claim the remaining Mother Crystals, or die trying.
My father and my grandfather both traded blows with the Iron Blood for control of Drake's Breath. Had things unfolded differently at Phoenix Gate, we would have sent our entire fleet against them.
But instead, they sent their fleet against Rosaria, sacked the capital, killed the men, and captured the women, including Jill. I'd say you'd be forgiven for wanting a little revenge, Clive.
My only aim is to destroy the Mother Crystal. But thank you all the same. Not much else to do here. Let's see if Jill's ready.
Okay, so that's what happened after our failure at
How did we never hear
Phoenix
about
Gate?
these Guardians of the Flame?
Same way they never heard about us, I expect.
There are new billets being posted every day, but not enough swords to see to them.
Clive! Oh, am I glad to see you?
Is something wrong?
It's Blackthorn. He ain't himself. And if I'm honest, he ain't been for a while. That normally it only takes a couple of drinks to perk him back up, but not this time. Something's getting him down. And whatever it is, he ain't telling. It's like he's lost his spark, you know? He's barely got enough fire in his belly to get the ump about stuff. But I'm thinking he might if we both bent his ear, because he respects you, innit? So, what you say?
Fine. If you think it will help.
I knew you'd understand.
But if he doesn't want to talk, we let him be. He'll open up when he's ready.
All right. Now, he'll only smell a rat if we both turn up at once. So, I'll go first, and you can meet us at the forge. Wait a bit, then head over when you're ready.
Alright. I'd say that was a good bit of waiting.
Typical nobles, cowering behind their wall.
I could have sworn we had a few.
Oh, so that's how you can do that. I never noticed because that bottom left corner is covered by my switch, actually. So you open the local map, then press start to open the world map, and then you can just teleport everywhere without having to go down here all the time.
That monster's taken quite a liking to Lady Karen.
He's not a monster. He's Torgal. And he'd take a liking to you too if you gave him as many nuts as Nan does.
Long time no see, Clive. What are you doing? You meant to talk to him, not me.
First August, and now you. What are you pair up to? What's it got to do with me?
August was worried that something had been weighing on your mind. I thought you might want to talk about it.
Did you now? I told you not to stick your nose in my business. What'd you go and do?
Clive just wants to help, innit? What's so bad about that? Talk to him. You never know, you might feel better for getting it all out in the open. Please, mate. I'm worried about you.
Phil shut you up. It's nothing really. Stupid. Not the sort of thing you bother people about.
Why don't you tell us all the same?
Karen and I have an arrangement. I keep an eye on Goots, and she shows me what the competition's up to. Interesting arms and armor, things like that. Anyway, the other day, she shows me a cuirass she's come by. Masterpiece of level work. Light, supple, and tougher than it had any right to be. Made my stuff look like heavy, clumsy shit. I should have brought the bastard thing there and then just to study it, but I was too proud. And now every time I reach for my hammer, I'm reminded that I'm not the craftsman I thought I was. There. You happy? You got what you came for? Now piss off.
All right. We're going. I always thought of old Blackthorn as a bit of a force of nature. Like a storm cloud full of ale. Didn't think anything could rattle him. Least of all a stupid piece of leather.
Blackthorn's always taken pride in his craft. Questioning it means questioning himself. Something tells me this is only going to get worse. If he has doubts, it will affect his work, which will only add to his problems. We need to nip this in the bud.
I couldn't agree more.
He said he should have bought that cuirass. Perhaps we should track it down for him. Assuming you're happy to help, that is.
Too bloody right I am.
Glad to hear it. First things first, then. We need to speak to Karen.
That monster's taken quite a liking to Lady Karen.
Karen, do you have a moment? Blackthorn mentioned that you'd recently come by a leather cuirass. An exquisite example of the craft, from what he told us.
And he ain't been himself since he saw it. So we thought we'd buy it for him.
Sorry, sold it already. Didn't think Blackthorn cared for it the way he turned his nose up. But it was nicely put together, that's for certain. Even if the bloke who made it is a bit of an odd one. Happened across him on my travels. Makes all his stuff to order, but the fella who commissioned it refused to pay. He didn't like the colour of summit. So I took it off his hands for a fair price.
You don't know where we might find him, do you?
Like I said, he's a bit of an odd one. Doesn't even have a workshop. He don't trust hunters neither, which means he spends as much time out tracking beasties as he does working their hides.
I see.
He did tell me something, though. Apparently, his next commission's for a set of griffin hide greaves.
Here, there's a griffin on the hunt board. The curse breakers were placing bets on who'd bag it. Now, where the bleeding hell was it sighted? Somewhere in Sambrec, maybe... Cairnorvin, that was it.
Thank you, Karen. We'd be lost without you.
At least you admit it.
So, it sounds like going after that griffin might be the best chance we have of finding our roaming leatherworker.
I'll leave the hunting to you if you don't mind. While you get on with that, I'll ask around the markets. See if I can't sniff out who he is and where he's hiding.
Good idea. Hopefully one of us will be able to track him down.
I see. So the plus is maybe because it's
half as bad without all the bloody dust.
it's unlocking the hunt that basically didn't have enough info for us to start it just like that. Or might it be an entirely new one? I'm gonna have to check. Ask about griffin sightings. Did I hear you say you were hoping to hunt down a griffin, Cooper? Then do I have the billet for you? And especially our horrible one the locals call Dosemare. No, it's an entirely new one even. Okay. Cairnorvin Westgate. Right, this was Clairview. The Angel of Death. No image though. While passing along the trail from Lostwing to Cairnorvin, one of our order was met with a sudden blast of wind so strong that it bent back the trunks of the old oaks and heard a cry so terrible that he ran for his life. Questioning the locals revealed that this area was the nesting place of the elder griffin known as Dulcmare, a beast much hated for its appetite both for chocobos and for children. Yikers. Okay. So these are both in Sunbreak. Cairnorvin is easy to remember. Clairview. Local map. Clairview. That is quite the big area, but we have Ambrosia, so we're going to be able to search easily.
And what can I do for you?
Some more scrolls, okay.
And a fine, fine day to
Them
you.
pilchards nice and chilled. I won't have you spoiling another catch.
Look at this place.
This does seem to be a harpy back there.
You deserve a rest.
Aruna.
That's what I think it is. This isn't gonna be easy.
Okay, this is some getting used to. Ouch. Okay, that is a mighty fine accessory. But I kind of have to think twice if I'm actually gonna use it.
Rest well. I know I will.
Because while it's amazing that you basically get a short time frame where you are able to do the limit break hits, it is quite useful to try and get a parry like that. But then again, I didn't really get much lucky while trying to do it with her. I mean, I'd have probably just need further testing.
Look at this place.
Do you see anything you like? You've a keen eye.
I mean, even just for the limit break generation, I don't know, maybe I just should give it more time to actually practice with it. Canovant. I'm too stupid to use this map. Local. River Gate. Where's the West Gate? So if this is the East Gate, then this side?
Ready, go? Run like the wind.
Or do we actually have to like go inside? No, if I go here, I'm just gonna go to the world map again. I mean, it is a frickin' griffin we're gonna try to fight, so I would kind of... It needs to be quite a big open area. Not much reason to be taking out these small fries. Though the quest still does say use the hunt board to locate it, maybe I didn't do enough with the hunt board? I don't know, let me check again.
A sea voyage this time, is it? I can lend you an oilskin if you're looking to keep the salt off your back.
Typical nobles.
I mean, what else there is to do than just look for this? From Lostwing to Caernarvon. So it is that side, okay. From Lostwing to Caernarvon.
Good day to you, Sid.
Really had to go and add that, right?
The crystals we get from the tail are all but worthless.
It's not just the crystals. Bearers are having trouble with their magics as well.
I have so much trouble reading this map. I know they... Even though it does seem open, I know they kind of said they won't let me use that passage. It's quite the small area though. I would expect the griffin to be somewhere around here then. But I guess we'll just see. Maybe he knows something about it. Unless he doesn't want to talk. Just a dragon.
You deserve a rest.
We're not alone.
Very well.
Done and dealt with. Actually, just wanted to see if there's maybe another treasure chest I might have missed here. But that doesn't seem to be the case. Any griffin?
Griffins don't exactly make for easy prey. Let's hope our craftsman hasn't bitten off more than he can chew.
Okay, seems to be the right direction at least. The only thing that is a little bit disappointing about the dodge thingy now is that I cannot immediately chain. What? Not this again. Dang it. I was too close and couldn't jump. Yeah, I should have tried that from the start. The iframes from the dodge are long enough that I don't get hit by the aftershock. Scarlet Tide, use some crafting. Cool. I wonder if this is gonna yield a new weapon, or... I mean, maybe it's for the armor he was talking about, but... pretty amazing nonetheless.
Is something there, boy? Could that be our man?
Now that I've gotten the chance to actually
Don't feel good, boy.
play a little bit more around with it, well, I do lose the chance to immediately counter-strike. The damage I get from having the limit break slashes and everything kind of makes it good. But then the thought of not using the physical attack after dodging, but rather just magic attack as I usually used to prefer, I might lose out on that then. Unless maybe I'm gonna try it a little bit longer and maybe, just maybe, you can still use a magical counterattack. Maybe I just didn't find the right timing so far. I mean, does the thing... attack proficiency. It doesn't really say if it really works or does anything for magic as well. I mean, there is that practice room thingy we have at the hideaway. I could also try there. If maybe I just always messed up the timing for the counterattack after dodging.
Are you alright?
Dare say I'll survive. That griffin caught me before I could get an arrow off. Must have lost sight of me in the grass, though. I'd be dead if it hadn't.
More likely than not.
The name's Camille. I'm a lowly leather worker, if you couldn't tell by the smell of me.
Not so lowly from what I hear. Do you remember selling to a merchant by the name of Karen?
She's not an easy woman to forget. Bought a cuirass from me after I lost my buyer. Quite taken with my work, as far as I recall. Didn't stop her bartering me down to a pittance, though. She send you for a refund?
It's not her who sent me.
Well, consider me flattered.
You should be. He's a master of his art, and not an easy man to impress.
Blacksmiths are proud folk. It's a rare thing indeed for one to praise a glorified tanner. And I don't imagine an impressive swordsman like yourself would be getting your steel from any but the best. I'd dearly love to help a fellow craftsman, but... Well, actually, I suppose you could give him this.
What is it?
Treated leather. Same stuff I used to make that cuirass. If your man's as skilled as he sounds, he'll know what he's looking at.
You sure?
Well, you did save my life. And thanks to you, I'll be going home with all the griffin hide I can carry. I'd say it's the least I can do. Short of showing him how to make the thing myself, that is. But there are rules against it. Secrets of the trade and whatnot.
In that case, I'll see that he gets it.
I'd be much obliged if you would. Right, I've got some greaves to make. You send your blacksmith my regards.
Will do. And thank you. Hopefully this will sweeten Blackthorn's mood.
Okay, let's head straight back.
And with a bit of luck, Clive might even find the geezer.
Bloody busybodies, the both of you.
How'd it go, Clive? Did you find him, or does the hunt continue?
I found him. And he asked me to give you this, along with his regards.
Sample of supple hide dressed to the artisan Camille's exacting standards. It has nary a trace of the barnyard musk of lesser leathers, instead smelling faintly of rose hips.
You're joking.
He said he wouldn't teach you how to work it, but that if you were as skilled as you sounded, you'd have no trouble understanding how it was done.
So that's his secret. Crafty bastard. He's layered and cross-grained it. Good few times, too. No wonder it's tough. And that's no ordinary oil he's used to get that finish. Oh, this is fine work. Even finer than I thought.
Yeah? I'll take your word for it. Just looks like leather to me. Still, I'm glad you're happy. Here, Clive. You didn't happen to catch the fella's name, did you?
Camille, I believe.
I thought as much. There ain't many leather workers in the realm daft enough to do their own hunting, see? And his name kept cropping up when I was asking around. Turns out he's from Tabor. And again, most leather workers are. But our friend Camille guards a long-held family secret, the details of which are the subject of some debate in the leather-working community.
Then we better keep this close to our chests.
Listen, sorry for putting the both of you to all that trouble. Should have kept my moaning to myself. Still, I'm glad you found him. This has cheered me right up.
That was the idea. Clive's idea, anyway. He did most of the work.
It's good to have you back, Blackthorn.
Just don't expect me to go turning out work like this. There's a reason he does his own hunting. He knows exactly what hides to look for. And that's how he gets them to layer up so nicely. And don't get me started on how much oiling this leather would need. But I reckon I can make something about as good. Something a Cursebreaker will have no trouble caring for. Anyway, enough narrowing. I've got work to be getting on with.
Looks like we won't be needing a new blacksmith.
As if there was a better one out there. Nah, it wouldn't have been the same anyway. No one spins a yarn like old Blackthorn in his cups. Right, now that's sorted, I've got duties to attend to. Thanks, Clive. You've given me my mate back.
All's well that ends well. Drakeslayer gear design draft. Huh. You have obtained the design draft for Drakeslayer gear. Design drafts unlock new crafting options at the Black Hammer. Visit Blackthorn in the Hideaway for details on material requirements.
What do you need? So, what'll it be?
Scarlet Tide. Another Scarlet Tide. Gelatinous Mass. Electrum. Okay, these things are insanely good. And that icon maybe tells me that I need to do another hunt to actually get these.
And?
At least that's what I think.
Monster's taken quite a liking to Lady Karen.
Okay, I'm gonna try to make this quick, but I kind of just want to try again how with the dodge if I cannot get an immediate counterattack in. I said dodging. Well, if anything, I can at least practice the limit break attacks. Okay. So yeah, it doesn't really seem like you can do any like immediate counterattack. So I'm kind of 50-50 on this. Since sometimes I just do like, instead of immediately counterattacking, going just for a counter charge magic attack.
Typical nobles. Cowering behind their
Yeah, it is the same icon.
About these guardians.
So for the gear I should get stuff if I actually do the other hunts. Broken Hill Rosaria. I expected it to be somewhere here. Probably up here as well. Okay, we can also do this quest then while we're here. I'm gonna keep the accessory on for now, but I think I might just remove it later. Because especially with ranged enemies, I feel way more comfortable
Thank you for
just
sticking with us.
Well, can't exactly leave old Martha in the lurch after everything she's done for us.
doing a magic counter immediately.
Those of us who are still here have to look after each other, don't we? So, I'll price them turnips.
Ah, welcome. Times may be hard, but if you got the gill, I got the goods. What can I do you for?
Unwanted violets, if you have them. Though I'd gladly settle for learning what they are if you don't.
Why, I haven't heard folk call them that since I was a lad. You're looking for scorpion tails. Unwanted violets is what folk used to call them back in the day. They turn a wicked purple when you boil them up, hence the name. Used to chuck them in the pot when there weren't nothing else on offer, when there was a war on, that sort of thing. Thankfully, times aren't yet as hard as that. And even if they were, you wouldn't find anyone selling them these days.
Do the scorpions still live nearby?
I dare say they do. 3 reeds would be your best bet, if memory serves.
Thank you. You've been most helpful.
Is it just the small scorpions then I take it? Probably.
Stay sharp. We don't know when those bastards will be back.
Well, we do know one thing. Don't you go causing any trouble now.
Didn't he say the same thing when I was still a bearer?
Fly, Ambrosia.
Thanks, Gal.
Oh, okay, these look a little bit different.
At least I know what I'm up against.
Unwanted violet.
I better get this back to Yvonne before it goes bad. Or any worse. At least.
Active time lore? No thanks. That's what I wanted to do. We have so many ability points. Isn't there anything that I might be interested in learning, mastering? It's gonna be hard to time and to remember. This could be cool, but I kind of am very, very happy with the other skills. Wait, I didn't buy the mastery for this? I thought I did immediately. Judgment Bolt. Summon from the heavens a mighty level bolt that deals massive damage to a single target. 90 seconds. Recommended for use with blind justice, as extended recovery allows more time for locking onto a target. Blind justice? There's so many cool tooltips, actually. Alright, I could also use lunge after doing the dodge thing. Since sometimes you are quite far away from the enemy thanks to that longish dodge animation. Okay, so this really does straight up absorb damage. At least it seems. Aerial Blast. Summon a magic nullifying tornado that slowly hunts down nearby enemies and upon them snaring them inflicts multiple hits. And it would be cool to use these, but using a slot and then having something that really takes this insanely long to wait for to use it again. I mean, obviously spamming it would be just as scuffed. I don't know, I like my setup with being able to push many different buttons.
Did you find our mystery ingredient?
I did indeed.
Marvellous! Let's see. What am I supposed to do with this? It's poisonous, surely.
You wouldn't be wrong. But that's your unwanted violet.
Into the pot it goes, I suppose. Wait here, I won't be long. I present Chance's Stew, risen once again from the ashes of obscurity. Grab a spoon, Sid. Let's eat while it's hot.
I'm not hungry.
Well, it'll be too late once I've licked the bowl clean. Your loss. Odin's teeth. What, the salt on the senses. It's like choking on swamp water. And yet, up through the pungency there rise complex, meaty notes. It takes a moment to recover from such an onslaught of flavours, but never have I tasted anything so fine. Thank you, Sid. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I must share this gift. I won't rest until a steaming bowl of Chance's stew sits before everyone in the hideaway. A single mouthful, and Molly will be breeding scorpions of her own.
I'm sure she will.
I'm more worried about the thing not being cooked entirely through and the poison being still, you know, poisonous. Ooh, batch of metal +1. Cool. Okay, with that, we could actually continue the main scenario, but I think before we do that, let's do the final hunt. There's 20 more defense! So that I'm gonna get a chance to practice more with the Berserker Ring. Right, where am I going? I actually remember where it was. It was up here at the Broken Hilt. And then I don't know where else they would probably put this, but here. There you are. Okay, that is gonna be fun. Sorry, Toggle. Ouch! Oh, come on. Dang it! Ah. Won this last little flub at the end there, but otherwise I'd say that was pretty satisfying.
Hope there aren't any more of them.
I didn't even check the loot. Idiot me. Anyways, at a later point, it felt so satisfying when I figured out that after he dashes toward you, he does the fire spewing 2 times. And while he does that, you can actually just spam Garuda to gain an immense height on him, and then afterwards just come crashing down on him.
That monster's taken quite a like.
And what can I do for you?
I'll take 1 high potion, please.
It is better I'll be here.
And then... let me see. Since I was just thinking I probably have tons of these again, let me sell a few. About 200 maybe.
Not else?
And whatever, let's just keep the rest. Can I make one of the dragon thingies now? Probably not.
So, will it be?
There was Electron, that was Gelatinous Mass.
Fine.
Doesn't seem to be anything new at the hunting board as well.
Deadlands wouldn't be half as bad with all the bloody dust.
Oh shoot. If I start reading these now, I'm gonna have to end the stream afterwards. Let's save it for another time then. Motel's apples, Ambrosia's tack. Then again, we would be able to start the main story on a high note then. I guess let's do a little reading and then we already have the hype for next time. All quiet in the Dominion. The Dalmex and the Imperials are at a standoff. They snarl at each other, fangs bared like slum curs. But neither wants to make the first move. It's almost as if they both realize what a stinking pile of chocobo shit they've stepped in. If I were a man to lay wager, I'd put my cover on this conflict not playing out anytime soon. I should keep you apprised. Signed, Gav. My Lord Marquess, I ask once again for you to forgive my man for your welcome back at the Lazarus, but suddenly you can understand that you were the last person any of us were expecting to see at our gates. In the short time since our reunion, you have shown yourself to be a self-same man I followed in Stillwind those many years ago. A true bearer of your father's legacy. If only Sir Tyler, the Lord Commander, and all the others who were lost that night were still with us to see how bright your flame now burns. To you and your cause, I hereby pledge the swords of the Guardians, and am proud to stand alongside you once again. Signed, Wade. Lad from the yard ran up a basket of Martels just this morning. Sweet as honey and crisp as the morning breeze they were. I told myself I was only going to have one, but I reckon if no one listens to old Otto, I don't have to either. You let Nightshiner's lot know they've done a fine job. Was the time you'd catch none but Sid supping on these, what for their foul bite, but for them it never were about the flavour, but about what they represented, our ability to make it on our own, and look at us now. Sid would be proud. Signed, Otto. A bird by any other name. Forgive my insistence on writing you these silly letters. Would that we had more time to speak to each other in person, but for every day we spend together, it feels as though we must suffer another 2 apart. I'm glad to hear of your most unexpected reunion with Ambrosia. Or should I say Whiteheart? You told me once how your chocobo sacrificed herself to protect you at that night at Phoenix Gate, and here, so many years later, find she has spent her life doing that exact same thing. defending others. Some things never change, do they, Clive? Signed, Jill. That is actually a happy ending I didn't expect the game to give us. Like it's that perfect cliche ending of happy ends. You absolutely wouldn't expect in this game that has killed off so many characters already.
It'll be over soon. One way or another.
Don't you say that. You're gonna survive. I'm not gonna have another situation where you give me your powers in your dying moments.
You ready?
I think so.
Jill. When you told me you had to come to terms with your past, you weren't talking about destroying Drake's breath, were you?
No. I spoke of Imran, the leader of the Crystalline Orthodox. The man who made me do all those unspeakable things. I'm going to kill him. It's what I need to do to put the past behind me. What I need to move forward. And I know that I can do it. If you're there beside me.
Always.
And I'll be beside you, too. We'll bring down the Mother Crystal together. All while Sid looks on.
We'll make him proud.
Maybe one more cutscene? Hang on, let me save. Not that I'm getting too far ahead of myself. Because I shouldn't go on too much longer. But I'm really curious as well. Drake's breath. Jutting forth from the fiery maw of sacred Mount Drustinus, the Mother Crystal is a pillar upon which the faith of a cloistered nation rests. Okay, so we have fire, earth, water, and thunder. 4 more to go. Still kind of surprised there wasn't a wind crystal, but then Benedicto is already gone, so I don't know, maybe they said, why should we care about something like that then? Can I actually walk around in Port Isolde? Sorry, I'm not trying to waste time, but I... Oh no, it's just this teleport then. Okay, one more cutscene, let's see. I'm way too curious myself.
Useful trick. Freezing and throwing the spray to make mist. How did you learn to use your powers like this?
The Masters made me do it. When the Crusaders took to the seas, to keep the fleet's movements from prying eyes. I'm fine.
No, you're not.
This may be the only chance I get to go back. My only chance to put things right. I have to do this. Whatever the cost.
All right.
She is. The Iron Kingdom's Mother Crystal.
next breath. Strong currents, sharp rocks, and ether floods. Let's not forget them. This island is a natural fortress.
But safety breeds complacency, allowing a single rowing boat to slip in unseen. The sanctuary is inside the mountain. If we follow the old trail, we should be able to enter by the back gate.
All right. Let's go.
Fire and ice.
I always imagined when I came here it would be to reclaim it.
It used to belong to Rosaria, didn't it?
Once, though it's been in the Ironblood's clutches for far too long.
As was I. For 13 years, this rock was my home. I know its secrets only too well. This path was abandoned after an ether flood. They don't guard it anymore.
The perfect little shortcut.
Oh, such epic music, but yeah, I'm gonna have to quit for today. Huh? Anyways, as always, this game colors me with surprises ever so often, because I didn't expect we would actually taking on the fire crystal next. But thank you for joining me today. This is where we stop for today. We're gonna continue next time. But yeah, this game truly is like a gift that just keeps on giving. The music is so amazing, as you can hear from this track, I think, pretty much as well. And the coming battles are probably gonna be just as amazing again. And with that, I'm gonna say until next time and enjoy the rest of your evening.